papers. And I'm really glad that Armanda was having her train cancelled, her plane cancelled, so she's here with us. So it's not a very appropriate way of congratulate with Armanda. She's desperate, but keep this opportunity as an important. So two extremely interesting paper. I need my tools, okay? And you perfectly know the instructions and keep your time focused. We'll have enough time, 15 and 15. Then we have the discussion by Jorge and questions by the people here. So, Rosanna, okay. The floor is yours.
Okay,
that
was the 30 seconds?
Yeah. I think that 30 seconds mean, okay.
Thank you very much.
It was 2 minutes, so it's okay.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So good morning, everybody. My name is Rosanna Schropp. I'm a PhD student in management at the University of Quebec in Montreal in Canada. And I'm here today as the second author of our paper. So we did an institutional comparison of Germany and Quebec in the context of Industry 4.0. And it's a theoretical paper, so the first step of a bigger research project that I carry out with my professor and supervisor, Kerstin Koiken, who is professor in management at the University of Quebec in Montreal. And the research project is about intergenerational knowledge transmission in the context of Industry 4.0. And we especially look at how the cultural and the institutional context influences and shapes these practices of intergenerational knowledge transmission in the context of Industry 4.0 in Germany and Quebec. So, like I said, the goal of this research was to conduct a macro-institutional analysis of how Industry 4.0 is realized in two capitalist but different societies, so Germany and the French-speaking Canadian province Quebec. And so, in addition to this institutional lens, we wanted to take a critical look on the concept, and I think we are talking about that later on as well. And so as the topic of this conference is to look at how the vision of Industry 4.0 unfolded in the last 10 years, we wanted to connect the vision of Industry 4.0 to the realities. So did it unfold or not? And so, like I said, we are very critical about the concept of Industry 4.0, so we think that's really a set of institutionalized discourses and practices and narratives that promote a future, an envisioned future. It's a highly ambivalent term, as you know, so we have very pessimistic, very optimistic narratives and conceptions. And interestingly, Industry 4.0 announces a revolution a priori, which is really interesting to see. So we don't know yet if the vision has unfolded, and we already call it a revolution. It has become a proxy for all types of changes. So it's a melting pot of different technological changes in different industries. And so we can really say that Industry 4.0 has been institutionalized. It's really a discourse, agenda setting that has been institutionalized. And I wanted to show you the quote here that illustrates very well what we think about Industry 4.0. So Industry 4.0 started as a vision that combines engineers' dreams, the instinct to preserve industrial leadership, the awareness of a historic economic turning point, and a spirit of conquest. A sort of social myth was born. It allows to tell the story of a fourth industrial revolution. Industry 4.0 builds a new industrial imagination. And then the second element of our theoretical background is comparative capitalism. So this is a strand of research that compares the different institutional settings in different capitalist societies. And so we use this tool in this paper to see how Industry 4.0 is implemented in Germany and Quebec. And there's a lot of research that has been done, of course, about institutions, so I put them here, but I'm not going to discuss all these, all this research. So in this paper, we focused on one approach, the work of the French economist Bruno Amable, which is interesting because Amable developed a very fine-grained analysis of institutions. So he developed actually a matrix. So on the one dimension, we have 5 ideal types or clusters of capitalism that you see here. And then on the other dimension, you have 5 institutional areas or arrangements. And so this gives a matrix. So each cluster of capitalism or type of capitalism has these institutional areas, and this is where they differ, actually. And so, in addition to this matrix, Amable also focuses on institutional complementarities, which is not a term that he invented, but for him it's important to look at the interrelations between institutions, so how one institution influences the other. Also, he is in favor of unique institutional setups. This means he does not think that we can imitate and copy institutional arrangements in other societies, but he thinks that it's really unique in each society. And last but not least, he's also an opponent of the nation state as the unit of analysis. And this is important for our study as we compare a country, Germany, with a region, Quebec. So Amable says we can also compare institutions on the regional level. Yes, so in this comparison, we only focus on two institutions, on the work-labor nexus and on education. So two institutions that we have talked about a lot already in this conference. So the work-labor nexus is the combination of work protection, industrial relations, work politics, and also the role of labor unions and works councils. And on the other hand, we have education. So this polarized debate about upskilling, de-skilling, the role of the human. And so educational policies can determine how employees are prepared or not for the transformation of Industry 4.0. And here you also have the institutional complementarity. So for example, labor unions can influence policies that then shape the framework that determines if employees are prepared or empowered for Industry 4.0. And last but not least, why Germany and Quebec? So both of them are capitalist societies with two similarities in the socio-economic context. So both of them have a very old population, an aging population, and a significant shortage of skilled labor. So this is interesting to see. They have different strategies to address these challenges, but at least they are similar on this level. Then, of course, we have Germany, which is a leader in Industry 4.0, and has a very sophisticated infrastructure today to prepare companies, especially SMEs, for this transformation. For example, they have competency centers all around the country, which prepare the companies. And Quebec is interesting because they are the leading AI hub worldwide, especially Montreal. And they also developed the Roadmap 4.0. So they are trying to prepare the companies for Industry 4.0, and the government has a very centralized vision of Industry 4.0, which is not only the case in Industry 4.0, but in general, Quebec has a very centralized approach. And so they invested just 1 month ago, again, $37 million for some companies for Industry 4.0. And some words on Quebec, so I don't know if you're familiar with this province. So it's a French-speaking province in Canada. The only official language is French. It's not a bilingual province. And so due to the history, very unique, a particular historical context, Quebec has great ambitions for independence, has always had these ambitions, and even today defines itself as a nation. So when they talk about the national context, they mean Quebec. When they talk about the federal context, they mean Canada. And so a lot of comparative research has been done on Quebec in comparison, for example, to France. So we can really take Quebec as a nation when we compare it to other societies. And it's unique because we have a combination of Latin, Nordic, and North American influences. So, of course, we have a strong sense of belonging to the French-speaking European culture, especially France. Then the North American influences, so that we have a liberal market model, but we have a welfare protection system which is stronger than in the rest of North America. And due to the population size and the geography, Quebec is often compared to Scandinavia even, so the Nordic cultures. And so to summarize a little bit the comparison on the work-labor nexus and education. So first of all, if you look at the work-labor nexus, in Germany we have high stability of employment relationships, traditionally a strong bargaining power of labor unions and works councils, so they are really historical gatekeepers whenever we talk about technological changes in organizations. And this is also the case in Industry 4.0. So labor unions and work councils are strongly involved in specific projects on Industry 4.0. Of course, they call for more worker participation and empowerment, but also new concepts for work organization in favor of positive work conditions for the employees and also for better training. And so two examples are Arbeit 2020, which was a project that especially prepared works councillors for their roles and responsibilities in Industry 4.0 and prepared them to negotiate with the management. And then another example is Arbeit und Innovation, a project that has been initiated by the biggest labor union in Germany, IG Metall, in collaboration with more than 100 companies. And here they tried to involve especially the employees. So employees could themselves suggest specific pilot projects, for example, and specific solutions. And the outcome then was that there was a bigger acceptance of Industry 4.0 because employees were involved directly and the solutions were more aligned to the organizational needs, because often employees are more aware of the operational challenges than the management. On the other hand, we have Quebec with very flexible work regimes in short-term contractual relationships. So here you see a little bit the influence of the North American context, but quite high union rates, so 38% all domains together, so higher than in the rest of North America. But there is no law that guarantees workplace representation, so there's still a big influence gap between employers and employees. And so this is also reflected in the context of Industry 4.0. So we have a very low workforce participation, and the role of labor unions is limited to the critique of negative consequences. They call for changes in work policies, greater rights to unionize, and so there is no common vision of Industry 4.0 that spans across all the stakeholders. And one example is the Quebec Labor Code that has not been adjusted since its adoption in 1964, and so the labor unions say it's not appropriate for the context of Industry 4.0, for a gig economy. So you see the role of the labor unions is really limited to this discussion. So they are not involved in specific projects, and so they ask the government to oblige employers to involve labor unions whenever we talk about technological change, in this case Industry 4.0. When we look at the education, okay, thank you. In Germany, we have a dual vocational training system, which has a good reputation worldwide. So young people work in organizations, and at the same time they're attending specific schools, and after 1 to 3 years they have their diploma. And so we have very heterogeneous professional qualifications, and in Germany historically the technical knowledge, specialized technical knowledge is very important, especially in the manufacturing industry. And again, in the context of Industry 4.0, we can see that these characteristics are reflected inside. So, for example, training for Industry 4.0 is carried out inside organizations on different levels of for managers, works councils, and employees. And they try to integrate more and more training for Industry 4.0 also in the existing training structures. So one example among different examples is the Citra Speditions GmbH, a logistics company from Hamburg. So they developed their own training programs, quite sophisticated training program with different modules for management, for the works councillors, and for the employees. And so they try to involve all the different parties and to develop a common vision again. And this sophisticated training program was developed in collaboration with the Competency Center of Hamburg. So here you see the role and the importance of these competency centers. And on the other hand, in Quebec, we have a very individualized development of competencies. So the training is mostly acquired at university and not inside in organizations, but at university and in SCHRÖDER. So SCHRÖDER is like a 2-year training after school and before university, very specialized training. And people don't follow linear careers, so often people go back to university later on in their career or to the SCHRÖDER. And this is also the case in Industry 4.0, so it's the individual responsibility of employees to get trained. There's no training, standardized training inside organizations. And so here you see the importance of specialized university programs. So a lot of universities have developed programs only for Industry 4.0, especially in engineering, where students are prepared, very practice-oriented to Industry 4.0. So there are courses where they code, where they develop the architecture of a 4.0 factory, for example. So it's really practice-oriented, and it's not only introductory courses about Industry 4.0. And on the other hand, ad hoc professional continuous training is also very important, as we don't have any training inside organizations. Universities, SCHRÖDERs, and chambers of commerce, for example, offer very generic training for Industry 4.0, where They explain what is Industry 4.0, what are the challenges in general for organizations. Of course, there is no alignment to specific organizational needs because it's a generic ad hoc professional training. And so to conclude, we wanted to show that Industry 4.0 can mean different things in different societies and contexts. Thank you. And so like I said, we in this study focused on the institutional setups that are unique and particular for different societies. But for the next steps of the project, it will be important to also look at the institutional isomorphism, so the overlaps between different capitalist societies. Of course, there are not only different trajectories, but there might be overlaps. Of course, we also need more empirical data. So this is just a theoretical paper, conceptual paper, and it will be especially important to talk to labor unions and employees. Yes, and maybe we can have a discussion on that, but we actually asked ourselves what are the risks and the challenges for organizations if these tendencies around institutional arrangements continue to evolve in each of these societies. And yeah, I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosanna, because your presentation is very interesting and it helps me a lot to introduce my very empirical and very, very preliminary work. So, going back to your last sentence, where you said, when you said Industry 4.0 can mean different things, and when you also insisted, underlined the dimension of institutional vision that was conveyed by the introduction of this Industry 4.0 plan, this is exactly what we are trying to study in this paper, that is, as I said, very preliminary, and that is a joint work with Alessandro Nuvolari, Pasquale Pavone, and Maria Francesca Romano. So, I don't have to stay to explain this slide because you explain it very well, but let's just say that from the introduction of this term, Industry 4.0 in Germany, there has been a political consensus over the emergence of this industrial revolution, but there are also other contributions, like the one of Tommaso and other scholars, that underlined the continuity with respect to the previous industrial revolution, also the role of political actors in shaping this notion. So there is an increasing evidence, empirical evidence on the impact of Industry 4.0 on employment. We have listened very interesting presentations yesterday, but there is a spare attention, let's say, on what is the analysis, could be the analysis on the content of national policies that have been presented by national governments and that have been indeed defined and described as a crucial tool, policy tool, in order to increase the technological capabilities of countries. So let's say that our research question is exactly to try to understand if there is a hegemonic cross-national political discourse on Industry 4.0, and if not, which are the national differences that can help us to understand how the political discourse has been built and shaped by different countries. As you can understand, our main object of analysis is our Industry 4.0 policy plans. And this is a quite tricky, let's say, choice, empirical choice. Maybe we can discuss about it after in the question time. But let's say that the criteria that we adopted in order to select the documents is the one that I presented here. First of all, we looked to official sources from national governments. So we looked at those plans that are really defined by national governments, of course, as Industry 4.0 plans. Yesterday, the person from Confindustria was, for instance, explaining which are the Italian one. Then we also restricted our analysis on the availability of documents in English, because as you will see, our analysis is based on textual analysis, so we didn't want to introduce a bias in the translation from national language to English made by ourselves or by ad automatic translation, even if guided by some experts. So we focused on the English document, and then we made a further robustness check in order to validate our selection, and because we also looked at scientific papers that cite and study policy plans. We looked at the European database on innovation-related policies that store and collect these plans, some of them, not all, and the OECD database also on policy initiative on technologies that is much broader, and there's a lot of also documents on AI, many other policy plans, but that has also a specific section on Industry 4.0. Then another issue was, of course, related to the fact that different countries have started in different moments to introduce policy plans, and so the number of documents that they have introduced is, might be different. So this can create another form of imbalance, but that is endogenous if you want. But we decided to have as a constraint a maximum of 3 documents per country, to, from the one hand, allow the possibility of considering term variability for those countries that have developed their discourse, but to avoid too much differences across countries. And then the last criterion is pre-COVID analysis, because we have seen that with the explosion of the COVID, also the policy plans and also the amount of budget that has been, in the case of Europe, dedicated to this type of policy has changed. So we focused on the 10-year period before COVID. So this is the database. Let's say here you have the number of documents by countries. This is not only European, but is an international, let's say, database. And here you have the number of occurrences that are in words, characters, subjects, object in each database. Of course, as you can see, there is a different length of the size of the database for each country is different. And this we can discuss. But this, let's say, is also part of the different approach and perspective that countries developed with respect to Industry 4.0. So it's, if you want, already an information. Then this is the time period that we are covering. We start with 2010 and we arrive to 2019. And then there is the methodology through which we try to analyze this database. So, as I said, it's a textual analysis. I'm not an expert of textual analysis. Margherita is. She can help me in case. But let's say I will try to explain you the process of and the methodology adopted. First of all, once we have the database, we identify the subject in our corpus, and then textual lexical analysis was done in order to identify the content terms. What are the content terms? Nouns, adjective, words, multi-words, that represent in some way the really object and topic of the discourse. From this set group of words, terms that were referring to names, entities, institutions were excluded. Then once you have this cleaned database, you fragment the corpus in test segments, so pieces of texts that are not 20 content terms long. Why this? And also in order to have an object of analysis that is comparable. And so we arrived to 9,160 text segments. Once you have the test segment, you can essentially do the main analysis, that is looking for the semantic similarity through a clustering process. So you have these segments, and you try to see if there is a similarity in terms of semantic, in terms of content of discourse across them. And through this clustering process, we were able to identify 10 different topics. These topics, as we will see, are made of different terms that characterize this topic, and thanks to the characteristic terms that characterize each group, we were able to give a label, to give a name to the topic. So the definition of the label comes from our analysis. And then, once we have topics made of segment of text and characteristics terms, we were able also to see how the countries distribute across the different topics. So maybe now it will be easier with looking at the data. So this is, let's say, the final result in terms of topics. These are the 10 topics that we were able to identify. And here you see the percentage of topics in the total corpus. So you see that we have different issues, elements that characterize indeed the discourse on Industry 4.0. We have investment. We will see then, we will look at each of them very briefly to see which is the content of each of these topics. So you have investment, goal and perspectives, the global dimension that goes back to what Rosanna was saying about the competition, institutional push towards competition, human capital, research and knowledge, organization of labor, and then you have the more technological-oriented part where you discuss about, you find discussion on digitalization, manufacturing, big data, and AI, and then you have also a share on sustainability. So let's see what there is in each of these topics, very briefly, because we don't have a lot of time. So these are, for here you have the first topic, investment. Here you find the words that characterize the topic. What it means that they characterize? It means that the frequency, the relative frequency of this word with respect to this cluster is higher than expected. And let's say, this value is statistically significant. So it's an analysis of the frequency of the occurrences. Right, Margherita, explain. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay. And so you see finance, investment, and then here you can see which are the characteristic countries. So it's the same idea. The countries in which the frequency of these topics is higher than expected with respect to the total corpus. So it means that these countries are over-talking on this, about this topic. So investment, this we will see at the end with a broader picture, so I'm not staying too much on this. So again, goals and perspectives. So you have competitiveness, the global dimension, global dimension is later on, economic growth, so which are the productivity and so on. And you have a higher amount of countries that is discussing about this. Then you have global dimension that is more on the market and, the global and local, let's say, relation, the position, the necessity to increase the competitiveness, and the cluster of innovation, and so on. Innovative country, there are all these concepts that relate to the global dimension. Then you have the human capital, that topic that is really focused on student, education, apprenticeship, qualification, curriculum, learn, and so on. The research and knowledge that takes the other part of human capital, so that is more on university research, national system of innovations, there are references to this. And you see Japan is leading completely this cluster. Organization of labor is more concentrated on work, team, community, consortium, collaboration. So there are all words that relate to the dimension of labor. Digitalization, you find all the words that also cybersecurity, informatics, and also some of text refer to the public sector, because we know that there is also this effort to increase digitalization with respect to the public sector. Then we have the sustainability. Sustainability, this also is before the COVID, so the amount of number of countries that is discussing about this in the first round of Industry 4.0 was not so big, but still we found some of them that are focusing on this, like Luxembourg, partially France, which was interesting for me, Korea, and so on. And then manufacturing, when you relate, let's say, the manufacturing production with the technological dimension, big data, and big data. So then what we can see, we can see three things. First of all, we can see for each topic, what we saw very briefly, for each topic, what is the composition of countries that are discussing more about these topics, but we can also see for each country, which are the topics that characterize the discussion in the country. So these are two complementary analyses, but the most interesting one is the factorial map, where we convey and we collapse all this information together. Why this map is interesting? Because we have a further clustering operation where countries are grouped according to the presence of the topics in their text, in their policy plans, and where we also can see how they cluster together and how they are distant one from each other. The two factors are a way, are the two best factors that can help us to understand the heterogeneity within the corpus. So you see the one that are very far from the other represent represent an outlier, meaning that the way they discuss about this topic is very different from the other one. Japan is very far from all the other because Japan is let's say, its cluster is completely concentrated on research and knowledge dimension. This cluster of Russia, Estonia, Switzerland is concentrated exclusively on the digitalization, for instance. And then you have here a different situation because you have countries that are closer to each other, and there you have also groups of countries with a different number of countries inside. What is the And here, let's say, we can try to give some answers to our very tentative and very preliminary answers to our question about the hegemonic discourse. Here you see we find this cluster, the cluster 1, that can be considered an average cluster because it's made by a higher amount of country, Australia, Austria, Germany, Ireland, Lithuania, Malaysia, Mexico, Netherlands, Sweden, and US. Why this is interesting? Because there are, first of all, we see there are more countries than in all others, and also because this cluster is discussing many topics. So the way these countries are approaching to the Industry 4.0 is more, let's say, comprehensive, and is including more topics than compared to the others. So then, of course, we have to motivate and we have to explain this more in detail. But what we can see, we can already see that, let's say, the complexity and the variety within the discourse, national discourse, is very different. And then you have, for instance, other countries like Italy, Canada, but I don't have the policy plan on Quebec, but maybe we can add it, that focus much less on the technological dimension, but much more on the investment and the global dimension and human capital. And if you remember the discussion here of the person from Confindustria, they were, the people, the social actors, they were also underlining that Italian policy plans were essentially based on credits, yes, thank you, and investment. So in some sense, this is a validation of what we find, because here in the Italian policy plan, we don't have anything on technology, but it's really on investment and resources. So concluding remarks. First of all, of course, what we have seen, important heterogeneities across countries on how they discuss and they build the discourse on Industry 4.0. We can say that the discourse is mainly focused on market and competition, so investment, goals, global dimension, human capital and knowledge, sphere of production and new technologies, and partially on environmental sustainability. From now, we can say that no hegemonic discourse, we didn't find evidence of a single hegemonic discourse, but emergence of a dominant discourse across several countries, the cluster 1 group, that is focused on manufacturing, big data, organization of labor, goals, and perspectives. What are the next, then what is an interesting thing, we should focus more on those countries that follow specific patterns, like the case of Japan, the Denmark I didn't show, but is only on manufacturing. Of course, there are future steps, and there are maybe limits, there are limits to the analysis now. First of all, we need to go revise again the database, because the choice of the documents, of course, can influence very much the results. So we have to enlarge it, and maybe I will ask all of you about your own countries, because these information are not very easily available online or through desk research. And then, of course, I'm an economist, we would like to combine the result of our analysis with more, let's say, socioeconomic analysis on the technological characteristics of countries, maybe also amount of resources that have been devoted to policy plans, in order to mix this textual content-based analysis with more structural analysis on a country's characteristics. And that's it.
Now I give the floor to Jorge. Jorge, please come here. So, is it easier? And,
so it's 10 minutes or something like that? Well,
12 minutes, but I think that
so
we can be a bit flexible today.
yes. Well, thank you for presenting and for sharing your knowledge and the papers. As Margherita said, these are very complementary papers. and I learned from from the plans to very more specific or concrete dimensions. But anyway, this is for me like different layers. So different knowledge that we can get about this industry 4.0 from discourse to more touch or ground dimensions. And talking about the Rosanna paper, it's, well, it's theoretical, very well structured and very clear the logic. And I'm happy that you bring the varieties of capitalism and the institutional setting, and bring the amable work. I don't know if you know, but from Jerpisa was it was a kind of joint program between production models and varieties of capitalism, and then it was this type of mix create another vision. So it was interesting that you bring again this important. Of course, I have some questions that are, well, not necessarily critiques, but some points of view or opinions that are different from your case. And the first, of course, is because I work in a regional institutions that dedicate to regional studies. So bring a specific region as a country and compare as a country, well, at least at the beginning.
But you are not Quebec.
No.
Your region is not Quebec. Quebec is quite
but we
unique.
are from the north.
Yeah,
And the north of Mexico is quite different than the south.
Definitely.
And if you are from Monterrey, oh, it's totally a unique region. So, and I mean, I know Quebec, more or less pretty well. So I know Quebec well, and yeah. But I mean, in that sense, I think it's better to compare with a specific region, the rural area or whatever, because it's a matter of not just methodological issue, but it's more than a culture issue. There are some aspects that belong to the nation, and other to the regions, and some aspects are really, really embedded in the region, and others not. So it's an important aspect so this is on the one hand. And the other, as I mentioned, is not a critic, but is my, well, try to understand better if it's the best comparison. Because Germany, well, this is like an exception case, because they introduced the 4.0, they made a lot of investment, they put the agenda, etc. But as you mentioned, there is a institutional setting that allows the union, the dual system, education system. So, I mean, I'm not. It's not a critic, but my question is if there is a kind of better comparison, just understand the similarities and differences. But anyway, it's quite good. And so the Amanda empirical paper, well, it's another good overview, another layer. So but it's difficult to going down to understand more specific situations. I'm not quite. What is the use of the methodology that you use? Textual analysis. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yes, because I didn't know that, but we use sometimes the Atlas T.
No, it's not, Atlas T is a qualitative coded analysis. No, it's
But
an
Atlas
automatic
T-
test analysis, not made with Atlas
Okay.
T, but made with the Ramutech. It's a completely different technique that uses other algorithms.
So what I'm saying is that, maybe you can select some of the main similarity programs or whatever, or difference, and put in also in Atlas T, and they bring you another, I mean, using different methodologies or techniques, they bring you more, well, different approach on the same issue but different results. So maybe it's useful. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, it's quite interesting. I would like to start, well, not to start, to follow this discussion. Could I put yes. It just, I one slide.
Ah, you have one slide.
Yeah, only one slide. It's in the 9, I think the 19,
You have,
no.
devi andare nel desktop.
Yeah, no, it's in the,
Here.
here, yes. This today, no, the today, and then this one. Okay, I was, it's just for debate, for all of you. I was with Ludger Prius, a good friend of mine, and many others, and when I say we are starting the 4.0, say, come on. 4.0 is declining in terms of the media. Yes. So it shows very clear this graph, and I say, okay. So first of all, what's the meaning of this graph, and in terms of the implication for your results or for your next research, and just the next one. And this is totally opposite with the electromobility and digitalization, of course. This is in German, yes. Yes. Well, yes, exactly. But this is the core of the, yeah? So based on that, okay, my understanding, of course, I'm not so expertise as you are, but for me, the concept of 4.0 industry is just an umbrella, and it means many things, many dimensions. So very difficult for as a policy for implemented. So because then you need to touch the ground with the dual system, but dual system is older than the 4.0, etc. So it's an aggregate concept that brings a lot of technologies put in place. But as you mentioned yesterday, robots are, I mean, we calculate density of robots, but some robots are, even though it's new generation, they're not really belong to the 4.0 technologies. I mean, if we are very precise with that. So the issue is, for me, in your papers is, okay, who are the drivers? Who's driven this process in terms of the actors? And actors could make a real difference between regions, because in some cases, education institutions or research, well, you mentioned the centers for competence centers, so they make a real differences, and this vary a lot between regions and countries. And maybe finally, mention two things. Mention your case, because Mexico is in the OECD, even though we are the poorest country. So, well, this is, you cannot believe in any of these plans, because this is totally a discourse, and discourse come from a specific governments. The new government do not care, do not understand, and do not like this type of new discourse of technology. This is on the one hand. The second is, as I mentioned many times, we have the best PowerPoint plans ever, but no investment at all, not really commitment. So, okay, saying that, my opinion, humble opinion, is regional, the subnational space, the region, explain a lot of the good practices for talking about 4.0. Well, not just 4.0, other things, but especially for 4.0. And I want just to highlight two cases. The Monterrey case in Mexico, this is Nuevo León, where Tesla is going to be. This is a very strong relationship between the government, the state government, and the Mexican companies and universities. They create a very good association cluster, and then is the best example of 4.0 in Mexico, and not for the plants, the general plants, but the regional. But the totally opposite case, and it's quite interesting for me, is the case of Juarez in Mexico. Juarez is it was one of the dangerous places worldwide, with a high tradition in manufacture, tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers in medical products, aerospace, and especially in automotive are there, but the backward linkages are so low. So they start changing the philosophy. And of course, the setting, the industrial setting is very, very interesting. But, I mean, we have resources, but we don't have a good exit in that, good results. So a new strategy is changing this, and is Microsoft enter in the arena, and with a lot of lobby for embrace to work together all the institutions, and they are changing the ecosystem, but with a very, very specific task, upgrade and scale the digital capabilities of all. All mean from the schools at the beginning, the universities, the small and medium companies, and the innovation agencies. How they do that? With only one guy, employed by Microsoft. One guy, only one guy, but he can move the ecosystem because he has the contacts, etc. So what I'm saying is, context is not just a context, it's a text. For me, it's a text. So it's quite important, your analysis, and well, that's it.
Thank you. We have one discussant that is missing, and if I may, I would comment, and then I would open the floor to other comments, so I will integrate the missing discussant. And so it's really fascinating. I am really glad to be here and to listen to your presentations. Many issues, and I will start from a point that was made by Jorge about the region country comparison, and I was conceiving it's not implausible, but limiting the fact that you are considering the policies for Quebec and the policy in Germany, that in any event, being a federal state, policies are to some extent implemented by regions accordingly, because they are to some extent coordinated, even though they have differences. And so this is something that should be made stronger, according to me, because it is not so obvious that we have to take into account only the nation perspective of Quebec, who wants to confront with other states, okay, with other nations. This is something that should be at least smoothed, providing comparison not only Quebec with Germany, eventually Quebec with one German region that is one land that is similar, as far as we can define a similarity. So this was my main point, because I learned a lot, and I think that, for example, my ignorance, I didn't know the contribution by another. That's the ignorance is injustified. But I think it could be extremely helpful in completing the paper that I presented yesterday. that is the institutional perspective of the innovation intermediaries. We can enrich a lot the perspective that we adopted by using the perspective that you were proposing, building on the model. So thank you very much. So when I say everywhere I'm learning a lot, it means I'm learning since scratch, so from the basic. And the conclusion that brings to the point made by Amanda, I4.0 means different things for different societies. And I would start exactly from that, because in your paper you start from a research question on the political consensus around these ideas. So, and Rosanna was reminding us the fact that we call it a revolution before it happened. So there is a long debate and very interesting debate on the construction of an idea. So it is very, very interesting, and all these analyses provide hints on the fact that the consensus has been built according a dynamic across country, across within associations of countries and so on. So Europe works differently from other countries in some respect. But I come to the political consensus as such, and I would say that the discussion that we had yesterday with trade unions and Confindustria clearly makes explicit that consensus is not general. The political consensus was built without, in Italy, without any reference to the workers' voice, for example. So stakeholders were not involved, even though they were a critical part as the expectation of that revolution, because the revolution had to imply better living, working condition for all, okay? So without their voice, there is something that it doesn't sound a consensus. Now, there is a point that is the hegemonic discourse, that is the conclusion of your paper, that brings me to what Jorge was saying. I know that I work with those tools and I work in cross-country policy analysis, but I think that it must be stated, capital letters, that policy documents are written and policy practices are a completely different story, okay? And we observed that not only by analyzing in cross-country comparison innovation policies, but we did an exercise at regional level on smart specialization strategy, regional innovation and research and specialization strategy in European countries, so at regional level, and the documents and the practices were divergent, but the policies were similar, okay? But the practices was very challenging to be compared, because the practices means, analyzing the practice means to enter region by region and to look not only at the assessment documents, but to open a qualitative analysis, even to be sure that the assessment documents, to some extent, do not replicate the document as such, because the document must be written in a way in which you have to select the topics, so all documents of assessment state exactly the same things, so they do not provide. So we have, I mean the community that use text analysis in the comparison of innovation policies, on policies as in this case, it must be considered the challenges of resulting with meaningful insights. And there are many issues in terms of methodology, but I will deal strictly with you, yes, Francesca and Pasquale, because you were skipping many passages and in the presentation, so yes, I have to read the paper to discuss. But there is some point that with some specific issues that were emerging from the presentation. Okay, You presented very clearly the fact that when you created the database for creating the corpus, you were aware that you have a variety of countries with a different way of writing policies, also in fragmented documents, okay? Let's consider the case of Italy. They didn't write a plan. I don't know if you were able to find a plan and to define which was the plan. Yesterday it appeared that they had no plan. They had initiatives, one after the other. So this makes a great difference in the background. So the policy, I would say the policy governance of the process at the national level. But what is striking is the outlier of Japan. It doesn't surprise me, Russia, Estonia, and Switzerland as the group of countries that were on the other side of the factor map, but Japan. And the fact that they have this incredible extra presence of the focus of research and knowledge should be controlled with the selection of documents. Because perhaps the three ones that you were picking, because of the content that you were reading, appeared to you as reasonably coherent with the rest of the corpus, but perhaps in the mass of documents they produce, you were selecting the ones that were specifically focusing on that topic. So you miss the variety that might include Japan in some of the clusters, and I think that I have a comment on a comment, in the sense that I completely agree with the problem that Jorge is arising. That is, we use a method, you use a method, and for me it's extremely critical that the method we are using is leading to a specific conclusion, in the sense that it is coherent, because you use the method very well, but you should check for different methods. We have been involved, I mean Pasquale, who is your co-author, and me, have been involved dramatically in this idea. It was, for us, it was an issue to be coherent across methods. And we have reached the point that the methodology we are using, this is probably less efficient than the other one that we use, and I would suggest you use to adopt the Lebart cluster analysis. That is the one that we know, that Pasquale normally uses, because I think that in other exercises in which the cross-method comparison, so you have the same corpus and you use different methods of text analysis, you obtain different results, and I would advise to make a robustness check of this type. So you have the corpus, apply at least two other methods that, according to the literature, can be challenging the outcomes, because the point is that those methods define the topics, and the topics are associated to countries. If you have defined badly the topics, your association is badly or not efficient in the topics, your association is losing importance. So this is the reason why it is important to have, as he was suggesting, a cross-method robustness check. That is a term that we can use. So thank you. Questions from the floor, and we can give the Tommaso, Gwendalina, and Martin. come here, sorry, it was
can
my
use
fault.
Yes, okay. Okay, I will be very brief. So the idea, so just repeat briefly the idea that Industry 4.0 was promoted in Germany by technological providers as a reaction to possible challenge from China and United States. And then there are the adopters that very quickly follow up. And so, and of course, all those countries, United States, China, and Japan, are manufacturers of this technology, are very strong industrial companies, have growth models that are different, but they all position themselves in this. But that's not true of all the other countries. So it's quite interesting that all the countries adopt similar vague industrial policy when actually they were not specialized in the same technology or didn't have the same growth model. So that raised an issue of institutional complementarity in the sense that a plan that is good for Germany, well, by definition, according to this approach, will not be good for countries that have different capitalist model and different growth models. So I think what is interesting, we've seen that with the Italian debate yesterday with the trade unions and the Confindustria, is that then this thing that initially just we do like the German because we are supposed to do it, becomes something different. It becomes an opportunity to create industrial policies where industrial policy did not exist for several years. It becomes an opportunity for upgrading technology. So this first step leads to something very different, which is what actors and countries do with the concept that in itself doesn't say anything about what you're supposed to do, because even in Germany, they all agree that it's a matter of selling technology. When you start to apply inside the companies, is what Helmut was saying yesterday, then many companies say, well, we don't do anything with these technologies. They're not mature, there's not a system, they're not current, they don't bring competitive advantage. But so what you do with, and I think that both your research go in that direction. So we have a first step, that's that, and so I think it's very important for Armanda is that one text is really impossible. So you really need, if you take this perspective, you start with the first text, then you see the evolution of text in the country, and you see how it's changing. So that perhaps will give you an idea of how different actors, ministries are appropriating this opportunity and how they turn into something different. But for that, one text, and also I think that it would be useful to code who is producing the text. I really believe that in Japan, the scientific dimension is because the only text in English you have found came from the Ministry of Research. They actually was in charge initially because also these plans were promoted by different ministries in different countries. So sometimes it's the Ministry of Research that take these as a research-oriented policy. Sometimes there are Ministry of Industry that do that. Sometimes a Ministry of Economy, and then of course this. So I think that the idea of an evolution of plans and how they turn into something useful or not is a matter. So for example, what we were discussing yesterday, no measure at all of the impact of Industry 4.0 projects in Italy suggests a lot about the fact that that is not an industrial policy. I mean, it is an opportunity to make public money available for companies to do whatever they want, and perhaps region plays an intermediate role in adjusting that, but there is no vision at all of where the industry is supposed to go. But perhaps that creates the opportunity to create that. In other countries where these perhaps pre-existed, then, so I think that is an important point. And then, so for the same perspective, the comparison Canada, Germany, if you want to compare Quebec and Germany, if you want to compare the two on an equal basis, of course, I think we all agree it doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you want to say, so let's say that Germany is the model, what Quebec should do, not to replicate Industry 4.0, but to adjust Industry 4.0 to what they need and their specificity, then it makes perfectly sense. So you don't compare similar things. You just say, okay, as a Quebec, given the specificity of Quebec, what can they do with these programs? They want to reproduce something that is by definition so different in terms of what Quebec, I don't know, specializations in industry or whatever, I don't know the details of that. And then it makes perfectly sense. Even if it's a region and countries, it's a matter of not reproducing, but adjusting something that comes from somewhere else. So I think that is the kind of dynamic that it will make your work more interesting, is to assume the Industry 4.0 is not an industrial policy, and then as it becomes an opportunity, and then it turns into something different in different countries, and that can tell us about something about Industry 4.0, but also something about how these countries are sizing these opportunities. So that would be my suggestions.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and comments for Armanda. I think it's a big effort, big work. I wanted to do something similar during my PhD, and then I gave up because I realized it was too difficult and challenging. So, yeah, I think it's a very good effort. I have a couple of points and a couple of things that I think should be clear as a caveats in the paper. So the first is, I'm not really sure in the slides where you have the list of topics, the investment goals perspective, so those, I don't know, 10, 11 you have. So these are very different words, so if I think about investments or goals and perspective, these are very different to manufacturing or big data. So did you consider, I think this can bias a bit the analysis, do you consider about making a selection, which is arbitrary as a lot of these things, but a selection about these words and keeping just some words that are more, I would say, meaningful in the process of Industry 4.0? Because, like, yeah, especially the goals and perspective, I mean, I guess is something that comes up, of course, in policy document, but goals and perspective about what? I mean, what does it mean? So, yeah, some of these label, I think, should be, like, yeah, reconsider, and not to put it at the same level, let's say, with manufacturing or big data and AI. The second point is that so some countries tend to use more some words in other countries. So I just give you an example. Manufacturing in the UK is just not mentioned. So they are starting now, a couple of years ago, with Made Smarter, a new policy that was adopted. And from that, they now have, we just won a grant to understand what is manufacturing, why does it matter. So the title of the grant is Why Does It Matter, why we should go back to manufacturing. So I'm not surprised that then in the UK manufacturing doesn't come up, but this doesn't mean that they haven't invested in manufacturing, they haven't thought about manufacturing. Very similarly, if I think about Asian countries, I've done some policy research on Thailand and Malaysia, then the discourse, again, is very different. They speak a bit less about Industry 4.0 as such, but more about production, and they have, like, you know, the 5-year plan on robotics or on biopharma. Or so it just, I mean, it's impossible to overcome this, but at least to state that some words are used differently in different countries with different emphasis. Yeah, I think it will make sense. I was a bit surprised that it was not robotics or robotization. I know it's more about automation than Industry 4.0, but because it's the technology that is more spread at the moment, and it has been, so if you want, a lot of the subsidies of the program that have been implemented, robotics is one of the things that was more popular. So yeah, I was a bit surprised by that. And the last point is, I'm not sure if there's a way to check for that, but as Jorge was saying, so some policy documents are really just marketing documents that are out there, while from some others, I think about Thailand, that was, I mean, it's a very interesting example from their policy document, a series of infrastructure, a series of FDI attraction to attract KUKA and ABB, like, were actually, like, done in the country. So I'm not sure whether there is a way to control or to find if something followed the policies. And the last point, yeah, I think following up on Tommaso, I'm starting now to look a bit more on Japan for the regional industrial policy. 90% of the documents are in Japanese, so I mean, it depends on who will review your paper, but if it's someone that is familiar with Japanese, it will say, like, you need to take Japan out of the story. So yeah, I would consider to take Japan out of the context because of unless you find a way to translate, you know, automatically, which I think it makes sense, is the way, like, we are doing that. So yeah, but to include a bit more policy documents and not only the one in English, I think it could make sense. But all this question is because it's a very interesting work, Armando. So.
Yeah. First, thank you for the nice presentation, and I also continue with Armanda, unfortunately, sorry. So, I basically continue what Gwen just said, in the sense that when I look at Japanese documents, very often there's a Japanese original, and then the English version is like 50% 20% of the original because they don't have the capacity to translate. So one potential explanation for your outlier could be that the person who has done the translation focused on the specific section in the original Japanese document. And the other thing that's really interesting to me, so for a paper that is under review for 2 years,
No, it is gone. I
Okay.
have to change. Go to the microphone. Go to the microphone. It's much simpler.
Okay. And what we found was we were interested in trying to understand scientific discourse in Japan, because we were realizing that we were almost the only ones who were talking about this stuff in 2019. And so it's really striking to me that the official documents talk so much about research, but what we see is that there's basically not a lot of funding, and if there's funding, it only goes to national institutes, so not to universities. No one who's actually teaching or researching, let's say, social implications is completely non-existent in Japan at the moment, and that's what I would, let's say, like Margherita said and the others, that if you can do like a follow-up, you maybe see that, yeah, there's a big difference with the marketing. And one final thing, did you came across Society 5.0? That's pie in the sky, right? It's like everything will be nice in the future, right? And it's like let's say I know one of the guys who worked in the ministry with that, and for them it was really like they just pick everything that sounds sort of nice and they put it together. So it's really like window dressing.
So
But
we have
anyway.
to wait from Industry 4.0 to Society 5.0. So
Yeah.
there are revolution after
Yeah,
revolution,
yeah.
and we are still waiting
Yes, do it.
for
But
improvement.
yeah, that's all fixed.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. And any other commit? Works.
Okay. I think first Rosanna's paper, what I was fascinated was the Quebec culturally from our side would think about very French centralized system, but near United States. So issue is that AI development in Montreal, in Canada, are they influenced by United States because they're nearby, or they're influenced by the French because they're culturally similar? So if they are similar to United States, what impact it has on workers, on industry, on policies and strategies? If it's near, if they somehow the other they are able to harmonize the United States and the French traditions, what impact it has on research and development, both in Canada and outside. So that will be interesting issue of strategies and policy and use of technology. Which culture influences which? And how do you go? If, for example, Quebec is able to harmonize, Okay?
Must be... No, l'ho cambiato funzione verde, ma evidentemente l'ha toccato. Ok, no, va benissimo, va benissimo.
She's taken
Can
up.
you summarize the last question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, c'è un problema con le pile. C'è un problema con le pile. Qui ci sono solo pile scariche. L'ho cambiata, ma è scarica anche tutte le pile. Sono tutte scaricate. To record your question because it's. Thank you. Sorry. Sorry about that.
What I was saying was that the usefulness of your paper lies what you have missed, not you have missed, what do you think you have missed. And therefore, to understand that, you say, okay, I'm going to compare, say, 5 papers, one from this university, one from Montreal, one from Arizona, and say, okay, I'm going to do the textual analysis of research papers. And they say, what are the similarities to your textual analysis on policy documents? What do you have missed if you compare? And what you have learned? Then you say, okay, for other researchers to undertake textual analysis, they should be aware of the gaps, whether the policy documents gaps or the research gaps. And you will find, if you select papers from 5 countries, you will find the differences between them. And then you come to another conclusion that paper from this university is influenced by Emilia-Romagna region culture. Paper from our friends Cambridge is very much influenced by the Cambridge culture of research, which is scientific research. Arizona, very much influenced by the very sort of combination of different cultures and traditions. So you will find that it will be very interesting contribution. So that's what I'm interested to actually, what are the gaps you find? How do you find the gaps? Why did you find the gaps? Having found the gaps, can I now compare the gaps in others? So that will be for other researchers, your contribution in your work. Thank you.
Excuse me, Karen, since you are there in front of the microphone, can you repeat the first question? Because the first question was for Rosanne.
Oh.
And it was very important, the point of...
Oh, Rosanna, yeah.
Which country is influencing...
That's right.
The neighbor.
Yeah. So I was wondering, my issue was that since Quebec, from outside, we always think is influenced by the French culture of centralized systems and language, commitment to French. So basically you have a commitment to literacy, which defines culture, centralization, which defines the policy making. Now you sit next to United States, which is totally globalization, marketing, Industry 7, Industry 8, it doesn't matter. They just have to enunciate that. It makes no difference to them. AI, chatbots, yes, just do it. People will follow. But somehow or the other, Quebec is able to harmonize. So my interest is, how does it do it? Is it possible to Quebec to harmonize the European and this? And what lessons you learn from that? And what lessons researchers can learn from that? So that is my interest. How do you do that? And then you can compare with Emilia-Romagna region and say, okay, if Quebec is able to do that, how should India do it? How should China do it? And how the Eastern European countries do that? So that was my research question to you.
Thank you.
because I'm interested in how researchers learn and how they contribute to furthering research by finding gaps and differences. And then, okay, what you will do next time, give a paper, what other researchers could do. Thanks.
Okay. I completely missed the notion of time, as always happens. And at least we have to move to the other room because the keynote speaker, the plenary session will start in a few minutes, less. Okay, so I will leave you some, just 3 minutes each, just to react to the stimulus.
Start saying thanks because this is a 2 years project. No, thanks a lot for all the suggestions. I don't have time to answer, but let's just say that maybe my answer to Jorge was given by Tommaso about the reason, let's say, that pushed us to do this research, and maybe we were looking for, I was looking for a really hegemonic discourse driven by Germany. This was my dream of result, but indeed it was not. So there are different elements that come in stage, institutional difference matters, even in the way you frame policy plans. Then policy plans are not policy strategies, so there is not the ambition of explaining everything. It's just one piece of analysis that has to be enriched. And thanks for all the comment, mixed method, yes. One text, you're right, is not enough. Source matters, and it's true that collecting and making information in a table of sources is again a piece of information that is not clearly available, and already looking at who and which institutions actually write the plan is an information that is useful not only for our analysis but also to have an overview. There are in some countries consultancy agencies were doing this, so this is another element that maybe we can discuss, how the hegemonic discourse is also built through these agencies and these experts that frame the same policy objectives, policy tools and methods in different countries. That goes back maybe to the Washington consensus idea and practice. So there are plenty of suggestions. Robots, just Gwendalina, it was interesting, but it's not one of the most frequent topic. And this is also interesting because the political and discussion is focused on technological unemployment, robots, whereas robots are not so much in the text on Industry 4.0. So thanks all, I will not answer, but I have all your comments here, so thanks.
Yeah, I also thank you for your comments and your critique. Thank you very much. So very briefly, I'm not surprised that you criticize the comparison of a country with a region. It's not the first time that we hear that. But I really like the idea of Tommaso to start with a vision that comes maybe from Germany, and then to say, okay, how can Quebec apply this concept based on its institutional arrangements which are unique to Quebec, and this is what we try to do in the paper. So, for example, when we wrote the implications, we said the solution is not to tell Quebecois to invent a dual system like in Germany, but to improve their own system, for example, the training programs they already have at the university. And so I think the institutional comparison can help to reinforce the particularities of a region or of a country, and not to impose one vision like Germany tries to impose it to other countries or regions. And one region that might be interesting for a comparison with Quebec is Bavaria. So we are doing different projects, not on Industry 4.0, but on entrepreneurship, for example. And Quebec has a long partnership with Bavaria, and there are other similarities between Quebec and Bavaria, but that might be a region that could be interesting for a comparison. So, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
we did an analysis of the main policies in Portugal to Industry 4.0 and try to understand what it have changed in the business fabric of automotive sector in Portugal, and also its impact in employment and work organization. So, as an introduction, national policies
Sorry,
towards...
Marta, can you share your screen?
Ah, okay, okay, just a moment. I think I can do that. Where is it? Ah, it's here. Try another way. Yeah. Presentation. Aqui. Okay. It's in Italian, so. Wait. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Now you need to go on your presentation. Yeah, she should be able, or whatever.
Can you see it?
Perfect, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so you don't copy this, it's okay. So as an introduction, all the national policies towards Industry 4.0 started in Germany, and next in France, US, China, and other European countries from 2011 onwards. And in Portugal, it only had an implementation of this kind of policy in 2015, aimed specifically at digital transformation of industry. And it was prepared focusing on the acceleration of the adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies and concepts in order to turn the industrial fabric more competitive. So the literature addressing the consequences to labor partners of Industry 4.0 is almost exclusively based on German research. In Portugal, there is very few literature on this problem and this challenge. Also, the volume of potential job losses caused by new technologies is highly controversial. We also had in consideration that the recognition of diverging consequences for job activities and qualifications has been included and has been framed in different scenarios, in different possibilities. And also the concept of automation that takes place. In each case, it depends on the implementation process, and there are factors that influence this kind of adoption. And also, there are still barriers to the implementation of Industry 4.0. So the digital policies in Portugal started in 2003, but mainly to not specifically to address digital transformation. And there was the first one in 2015, Digital Agenda.
If you could push nascondi, because yeah, okay. Some roles are not...
Okay. The first digital agenda was mainly oriented to the public sector, and then there was an update of this digital agenda 2015 in 2012 called Portugal Digital Agenda, focused on infrastructure, research and innovation, skills, and responding to the societal challenge, the digital divide. This was the main objective of this digital policy. In 2017, at the same time as the digital transformation policy, the Industry 5.0 policy in Portugal was launched. Also, the InCode 2030 which is focused mainly on digital skills, in trying to generalize digital literacy, not specifically to the workers or to the companies, but to generalize digital literacy in order to stimulate employability. In 2015, there is the process of beginning of initiating this National Industry 4.0 initiative. It was a participative process between 2015 and 2016, but only with companies from the sector of textiles, food, automotive, and with the state agencies. So trade unions, social actors were not included in this setting up of this initiative. It had 2 stages from 2017 to 2019 to promote awareness of this kind of challenges, of this kind of technologies and why they are important to the competitiveness of industry. And then in a stage 2, the incentives were really to transform the industry. So they were financing especially for SMEs, but also courses for training, investments for infrastructure, and it was estimated that around 20,000 companies would be impacted with these incentives, and more than 200 workers would be receiving training. Although there is not an evaluation still of this policy, because it started in 2017, so it hasn't passed even 5 years, more, even 10. We have analyzed some results and the economy based on secondary data, but also on empirical data. And although we cannot relate the impacts with the policies, we have seen that in fact there was an increase in investment in Industry 4.0 technologies in the automotive sector, the productivity increased, and also employment, although the growth rate of productivity was much higher than the growth rate of employment. There was also an increase of industrial robots adoption by companies between 2010 and 2017. And some reports, COTEC was the main agency that was promoting and monitoring the Industry 4.0 initiative, and in their reports, they assessed that there was still a lot to do before reaching Industry 4.0, because they had to first, inside the company, organize and integrate technology inside the company, and the value chains and the relationships with the suppliers are not structured enough to be able to then implement Industry 4.0 along the value chains and between companies. It also had some challenges and some deficiencies in technologies from Industry 4.0, and also at the innovation ecosystem. Much was done at the level of research, and was mainly focused on technological innovation, not in ethics or the issues associated with the implementation of these technologies, also on the work organization and employment. From the interviews, we have collected also several challenges that remain even after these policies have been implemented, related with, again, infrastructure was the most mentioned by the interviewees. The management was not aware, was not informed about these kind of technologies and what their impacts could be at the level of the work organization. And also they have reported difficult access to skills or to skilled workers to be able to work with these kind of technologies. In Portugal, clusters were the main drivers to support technology transformation and were involved in financial incentives with the companies developing these new technologies together. Because of these challenges that still remain with the policies that have been implemented, and now because of the resilience, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, it was designed the Action Plan for Digital Transition. A Secretary of State for Digital was created in the Ministry of Economy, so there was, in 2020, a strong commitment from the government to really bet on supporting the digital transformation of industry. And now there are 3 pillars. These are very, very new, so we don't have access or have the impacts from these policies, but they come as a way to overcome the challenges that were identified that still remained with the previous policies. And very recently, just last month, there was also a reshaping of the action plan for digital transition, focusing or launching a measure specifically for the organization of work and innovation processes. So it seems that we are in the good way. Let's see. But from the Industry 4.0 policies, what we have seen is that there was no inter-articulation between all the policies. There were scattered policies to skills, to technology change, and this was a big problem because it was not integrated and it did not achieve the impact it should have. Also, the industrial relation players and social actors were not involved in the setting up of this policy, and we've seen in the beginning a strong reaction from workers to the adoption of these technologies. Now, 5 years later, we see that there is a different behavior from the workers. Even though, as I already said, effects were rather limited, but at the automotive sector, they were the ones that benefited the most from the incentives and the adoption of digital technologies. And it was not because of the increase of labor costs, because in Portugal that didn't happen. So it seems that the demands for efficiency, production quality, and previsibility of the manufacturing process was the major motivations to invest in this kind of technologies. We see that there is awareness on public policies about Industry 4.0, about the challenges and these issues, which was not there before the Industry 4.0 policy existed. Although at the lower levels, it's not that common. So when we talk to production managers or maintenance managers, they were not so aware of this type of challenges associated with digital technologies. The interviews mentioned that the policy was very focused on the technological change, forgetting the other dimensions that needs to be associated with the technological change in order to have a successful impact. So risks related with data, with the ethics, the security, and also work organization and innovation processes were not present in this policy. So, as an assessment of the policy and the concept of Industry 4.0 that was developed and implemented in Portugal, we, as a conclusion, analyzed some major factors. there was no existence of social actors' agreements towards such implementation, and this led to some resistance on the adoption of these technologies. The absence of a training policy towards Industry 4.0 also makes this adoption of technologies difficult to be pursued by the managers, because they know that it's important, it will be more competitive, but they don't have the resources and the workers prepared to do that. And it is important to have a monitoring scheme that can help in developing future policies to adapt to the challenges that are not being covered by the first one. The unions and representative workers who listened to me before, I already said this, they are not prepared to deal with these kind of challenges and these kind of issues. And this is a problem. And also the training for technical skills that automation and robotization will require. That's it.
You're perfectly on time. Okay, then we slowly switch to Roberto and discussion of the Italian policy, if I remember correctly. Okay, that's great. Then, yeah, prepare your slides. Yeah, I think, wait, you have to go again to the...
Can you see my screen?
Oh, here.
Can you see my screen from home?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, we see.
So it works.
We see.
So, good morning to everybody. My name is Roberto Ippoliti from Bielefeld University, and I present this work, which is jointly collaboration with Giulio Calabrese, who is here, and Greta Falavigna. In this work, we try to investigate the impact of this innovation policy here in Italy, an innovation policy aimed at supporting the investments in Industry 4.0. And we focus on a very specific case study, the Italian automotive supply chain. I only have 15 minutes, so I try to summarize the main conclusion, the main results. Then we can specify everything at the end if you have questions. Now, the introduction about this innovation policy. It was introduced in 2017 with this budget law, and the strategic plan was to adopt this policy for the next 4 years, 2017, 2020. The policymaker wanted to support investments in Industry 4.0, just working on two aspects. On one side, it tried to reduce the financial constraints, especially for small, medium enterprises, just supporting their investments with this contribution on financial interest and these public guarantees for these companies. On the other side, they wanted to make these investments really competitive from the financial point of view, just introducing this depreciation, hyper depreciation and super depreciation. What we know about Industry 4.0, we know very well that these type of new technologies can increase, can improve productivity and technical efficiency. Here in this work, we try to give a contribution with respect to the policies that could be proposed just to support investments in these technologies. In particular, we are interested from the perspective of these financial constraints. So try to understand whether this policy can support the investments collecting these financial resources. And then we are interested in understanding whether this policy is just a premium for the best performing firms, so an additional opportunity to collect these cheap financial resources on the market, or it's really a real incentive just to support all firms, especially the worst performing firms. Try in this way to decrease the gap with respect to the best firms. Our hypothesis, this is an empirical work. We focus on firms and we try to test these two hypotheses. The first one tried to observe whether we increase the access to external financial resources collected on the capital market, so whether it is successful, this policy, to decrease financial constraints. And second, if this policy was able to improve financial performance of these firms. We have a sample of these small medium enterprises, and we compare those with access to Calenda 4.0, this innovation policy, and those firms without access to this specific policy. Our sample, as I suggested, we focus on this very specific case study, Italian automotive supply chain. We have the data between 2017 and 2020, but we just removed the last year for the pandemic. And so we focus on these 3 years. We have this specific information extracted from a survey, whether they applied for this innovation policy or not, whether they received these incentives. And then we merge this information with economic, administrative, financial information extracted from Bureau van Dijk, and we also integrate our data set with this expected solvency at short run, 1 year, extracting this information from the CHRÖDER rating. And finally, we add this information about import and export flows. For each company, we have the information about how much they exported, how much they imported, just to control also for the internationalization. Now, our empirical strategy, I try to propose the main idea that we adopted here. Substantially, we try to introduce this idea of path dependency, which means what is happening this year is affected by what happened last year. So you can see here in our model, we focus on one specific dynamic according to each hypothesis. For instance, when we focus on access to the capital market, we expect that the access to the capital market last year in a sort of way affected our access to the capital market this year. Then we introduced an interaction between the access to the capital market last year with our access to Calenda policy, to this specific policy. And this interaction, this beta 2, should, according to our expectation, should be positive, suggesting that the policy was able to amplify our access to the capital market with respect to what we collected last year. Then we introduce some control variables. We have these proxies to account for corporate finance, and then some time invariant fixed effect to control for our observations. We start with an initial model, and then we add additional variables just to control potential alternative hypothesis, in which we control for internationalization and then internal characteristics of these firms, which could affect potentially access to the capital market, but also the performance. This is our initial strategy, and then just to corroborate our expectation, we propose this extension analysis, this additional analysis, in which we try to investigate why these firms decided to adopt these type of incentives, why these firms decided to invest in Industry 4.0 within this specific policy. And so we try to regress this decision, which is the coup we adopted here, the access to this policy, for 9 potential obstacles. These information are extracted from the survey, and we try to understand which could be the difficulties of these firms in investing in innovation for this specific supply chain. And we try to understand the relation between the decision to apply for the policy and their difficulties. This extension analysis should support the interpretation of our results, especially understanding whether this policy is just a premium or a real incentive. Now, some preliminary highlights just to introduce in the data set. Here we have access to this policy according to the rating score of these small medium enterprises. And you can see its positive relation, which means that improving their financial health, improving their credit rating, the percentage of firms that decided to adopt this policy start to increase. So these figures started to introduced the idea that maybe just the good firms, the best firms on the market decided to apply for this type of policy. The second figure just confirms what we expect, which you can see. Here we have access to the capital market, and you can see that we have higher access for the firms with calendar 4.0, so access to this policy, but mainly for the best firms on the market. So on our right. The bad firms, the firms under financial constraints, which are on our left side, they didn't have access, higher access to the capital market. Third figure just confirm our expectation with respect to financial performance. Sorry, we just adopt this return on sales, sorry, and we try to estimate their financial performance according to access to calendar 4.0 or not. And you can see again, the best firms, which were already at the top of our market, they increased their performance, okay, but not the worst. So I try to summarize here the main results. To test the first hypothesis, we adopted this financial debt ratio, which is the total amount of financial debts. We start with the total financial debts, which means short run and long run, and then we divide it according to short run and long run. And we normalize it with these total financial debts with respect to total assets. And you can see, with respect to first hypothesis, we have a positive impact, statistically significant, if we consider all the debts together. It's still significant if we consider short run, but not anymore with the long run. If we focus on the financial performance, we introduce these 4 dependent variables. The first model, of course, is a logit, whether we have a positive profit, this is just a dummy, positive impact, statistically significant. And then we propose these 3 financial index, return on sales, return on equity, and return on investments. They are all positive and statistically significant. Let's see the results of our extension analysis, which I guess is the most interesting, just to understand better the interpretation of our results. Here we have these 9 obstacles. We started to introduce these obstacles according to the scenario, and finally we consider all together jointly. And you can see here we have logistic regression model, so our results are present in terms of odds ratio, which means higher than 1, we have a positive impact, lower than 1, we have a negative impact. And you can see, if we focus on the last column, an unstable demand, the presence of an unstable demand was able to create a negative impact on the decision to adopt these incentives for these firms. So to adopt the incentives created by Calenda and invest in Industry 4.0. On the other side, the internal financial gap, so the internal liquidity, the absence of internal liquidity, was a positive driver to the decision to start this type of investments. And this is exactly internal financial gap, the problem of our good companies. They don't have a problem to collect these resources on the capital market because they are good firms. The problem of financial constraints is here, external financial resources absence. This is exactly the idea of no access to the capital market. I am under financial constraints. It's not statistically significant. Just the good firms, they had the problems and the opportunity to collect very cheap financial resources from the market. And so they did. So some conclusions, then I finished. According to our results, well, small medium enterprises, they were successful to collect external financial resources, according to our results. And at the same time, these firms with access to the policy, they had a higher financial performance, which is perfect. The problem was that according to the policy, how it was structured, we can also observe that they applied for this policy just firms with internal financial gap, because it was very good opportunity to collect these cheap financial resources on the market. And at the same time, we also observed that this problem of an unstable demand of products And the related uncertainty was a negative impact on their decision. And we are still working on this aspect, but all the bad firms, the firms the worst performing firms on the market, they were mainly affected by this type of uncertainty. For this reason, they didn't apply, and this was also the main problem. I mean, they need these financial resources, they were under financial constraints, but the risk was too high, especially related to this unstable demand. So, according to our interpretation, substantially, our policy looks more a premium for the best performing small medium enterprises, an opportunity to collect just this cheap financial resource and use to improve even more their performance. It was not a real incentive because the worst performing small medium enterprises, they didn't apply, they didn't receive these resources. That's all. Thank you very much. I finished.
Okay, thank you for keeping the time. Perfect. And now we move to our online presenters. So can we share the screen?
You have to... I cannot share my screen now, actually.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's where...
You have to stop sharing the screen. You just have to stop doing it.
This one?
Yeah, you have to stop the... Okay.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't work.
We have to authorize?
Do we have to authorize?
In theory. I'm not sure about him because I don't use.
Okay.
I will try to disconnect and to enter again in the meeting. I don't know.
I don't know, I think you should be allowed to share, so can you?
Martin, I think it's an issue about authorization. You should authorize Maria Luisa.
Okay.
Because
then-
also in my case, I don't see the possibility to share my screen.
Okay.
But yesterday in the session that we had, I had this opportunity because I was allowed to share the screen. I cannot, it doesn't work, the button. Yeah, Maria Luisa, this is something that they have to fix.
Vi metto come amministratrici.
Great.
Zoom out. Please, you know how to do that. And you can see it. Devo venire qua a farlo. Forse ti stiamo rimuovendo, non sappiamo, nel caso rientra Valeria. Non lo sappiamo, proviamo. No, ecco.
Okay, it works, thank you.
Basta
Basta anche solo Maria Luisa, no? Tanto. Okay, it's okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody. I'm gonna present a research in collaboration with my colleagues Valeria Cirillo, Matteo De Ledi from Bari, which come also from Bari University, and Dario Guarascio
from Sapienza University in Rome. This is a work in progress, so comments and questions are very welcome, and I think it is also very related, this research, to what Roberto Ippoliti was telling us a few minutes ago. This is a study, as you can see from the title, about public procurement. Basically, we want to explore the role of public procurement as a strategic tool to boost innovation in general, but in particular to support the digital transition in Italy. I'll go straight to the background and motivation of the study. Just to briefly remind you that, of course, the role of public procurement in the literature as a demand-side policy instrument to foster innovation is widely acknowledged. A fundamental distinction in this field is that between three main types, let's say, of public procurement contracts. We have regular or standard public procurement, which refers to the purchase of already existing goods and services by governments and state-owned companies, which means that innovation is not involved in any way. Instead, innovation is involved in the other two typologies. We have pre-commercial public procurement and public procurement for innovative solutions. Pre-commercial public procurement refers to the purchase by governments and public agencies of R&D services by firms to foster, to stimulate the generation of innovations by sharing the costs and, let's say, also the risks of a critical and an important phase of the innovation process. Then public procurement for innovative solutions refers to the acquisition, the direct acquisition instead of innovative solutions, new products or services, which can be already available on the market but not yet widely commercialized on a large scale. So in this case, public contracting authorities act as a kind of launch customers for new products or services that may entail new technologies, and in particular, for instance, digital technologies. Public procurement is largely underutilized in Italy, but not only in Italy, also in many other European countries, especially with a view to boost innovation. And there are also large sectorial and regional disparities in this respect. This is, it has been recently highlighted by a study on the use of public procurement as a lever to boost innovation in Europe. However, it is crucial today, especially today, to respond to the new opportunities and challenges opened up by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, the so-called PNRR, and this especially in the digital domain. As we know, most of the resources, the investments in the PNRR are focused on the digital transitions, which means that, at least in principle, potentially, this gives a central role to the public procurement of ICT-based innovations, for instance, for the digitalization of public services. Okay, this is just to show you. This is a graph that I've taken from the report of the European Commission that I've just mentioned. It shows the share for 30 European countries, basically the 27 members of the European Union plus Norway, Switzerland and UK, the share of investments in public procurement for innovation out of total public procurement expenditure for all the sectors, excluding the defense. As you can see, basically this is a ranking, and Italy is in the middle. Italy is ranked 14th out of 30 countries, with a share of expenditure in public procurement of innovation around 82%. slightly below the European average, which is 9.3%. So Italy is in the group of moderate performers. Let's say we have here 6 groups which have been identified according to the values of dispersion around the European average, and Italy is in the group of moderate performers, together with Spain, Germany, but also Estonia and Malta. At the top of the ranking, we have mostly North European countries, Finland, Norway, Netherlands. At the bottom, we have mostly Eastern European countries, Romania, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and so on. And just this second graph, also taken from the same source, reports the share of ICT-based public procurement for innovation expenditure. Okay, and if you out of total public procurement, if we see in this case, Italy drops to the 22nd position in the ranking. Okay. In the group of bottom performers, together with mostly Eastern European countries, while at the top we still have mostly Northern European countries, Finland, Ireland, Sweden, UK, Norway, and so on. So, what do we know from the literature, from the existing literature? Until recently, actually, we had very few empirical works investigating the effectiveness of public procurement as a lever to boost innovation in firms. Basically, main evidence was based on case studies, which focused on context, especially in North European countries, characterized by a greater administrative capacity and ability to manage the procurement activity as compared to countries like Italy. Now, however, we have some sound empirical evidence on this issue because of data, because there are more data available to do this research. However, to the best of our knowledge, we have still limited empirical evidence on the effectiveness of this instrument as a lever to boost innovation in the digital domain. So, given this background, basically in this research we want to deepen the knowledge in this area by assessing the role of public procurement not only in boosting the innovation in general, but in particular in supporting the digital transition. As I'm going to show you, given the data at our disposal, we consider together both regular and innovative public procurement. We are not able to distinguish between different types of public procurement contract. Given this, we assume that whether enlarging the market for existing products or directly demanding innovative ones, public procurement should exert a positive influence on firms' innovative performance by providing an additional amount of demand and thus lowering market uncertainty. This would be especially important for small and medium-sized enterprises. We know that they are, the Italian industrial system is characterized by a predominance of small and medium-sized enterprises, and which are, as Roberto was saying us before, which are deeply affected by market uncertainty and financial constraints when dealing with innovation. Of course, positive effects, other positive effects can also be observed due to economies of scale and specialized processes, as well as increased learning by doing associated with the growing demand. However, these positive effects, especially if innovation is not directly involved, cannot be taken for granted, because by providing a stable source of demand, public procurement may also lower firms' incentives to engage in innovation. So we need to empirically assess this kind of relation. So given the data, I will go straight to the description of the data set. However, given the data at our disposal, we are able to to detect the participation of firms in the public procurement market, to consider a wide array of indicators of firms' innovative performance, including those referred to the introduction of digital technologies. We focus on Italy, a context that, as I've shown you before, it is characterized by a limited use of public procurement for innovation, and this, I can say, not only for a lower administrative capacity, but also to a large predominance of small and medium-sized enterprises, which are also highly disadvantaged in participating to the public procurement market for different internal and external barriers, lack of information skills, onerous qualification criteria, that usually prioritize large companies with greater experience, and so on and so forth. Okay, so these are the main research questions of this study. We want to know if public procurement as a stable source of demand is actually effective as a lever to boost innovation among Italian firms, and to what extent, and most importantly, if public procurement is effective in supporting the transition towards digitalization. If so, under which specific sectorial and regional conditions. We carry out, to answer these research questions, an empirical analysis based on an original database from the so-called RIL survey, rilevazione longitudinale su imprese e lavoro, which is conducted by INAP in Italy in 2015 and 2018 on a representative sample of Italian firms. So we have basically data from 2 waves of the RIL survey, each of one covering over 30,000 firms in non-agricultural private sector stratified by size, sector, geographical area, and legal form. And we have been able to identify a panel component, okay, a subsample of firms which correspond around to 45% of firms in the sample, which have been observed in both years, okay? So we basically are working on a final sample represented by a balanced panel of around 11,000 firms for each year. We have considered all the firms with at least 1 employee, therefore excluding self-employed with no employees. Okay, of course, the RIL survey detects, as I said, firms which have obtained a public procurement contract during the period of reference. There is a specific question on this. Does the firm provide goods or service to public bodies at any level? Also detect information on different innovation outcomes, particularly on the introduction of various types of digital technologies, Internet of Things, robotics, and so on. And it is worth to stress that, in particular, data on the introduction of digital technologies have been
Sorry, you
collected.
just have 2 minutes left.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
Have been collected after the National Enterprise Plan 4.0, which is an incentive scheme implemented by the Italian government to lower firms' financial constraints and accelerate the diffusion of Industry 4.0 technologies. Okay, just to, I don't want to dwelling too much on technicalities, we have analyzed this relationship by means of the following equation. We have here the dependent variable, okay, which detects the introduction of different types of innovation, then whether a firm has participated to public procurement, and a set of controls. We basically, I'm going to show you just the results from preliminary estimates, which have been carried out by a simple cross-sectional probit model with the lagged independent variables to account for potential reverse causality. Obviamente, of course, in the next steps, we want to explore more the sectorial and regional differences between industrial and service sectors, high-techs and low-techs, and also between firms located in different parts of Italy, North, Center, and South Italy. We want to better explore the panel structure of the data, and assessing also, we will try to assess the impact of public procurement and innovation on the overall performance of firms, for instance, in terms of productivity, by applying a structural model with 3 or 4 sequential equations. We will see in order to assess the role of public procurement with respect to all the phases of the innovation process. This is just a table showing the results of our preliminary estimates. These are marginal effects from cross-sectional probability estimates. We considered each time different dependent variables, the introduction of innovation, product and process innovation separately considered, a change of innovation status, whether a firm which was not innovative in 2015 has become innovative in 2018, patents, and the most important one, the one detecting the introduction by firms of at least one type of digital technologies. Then we consider the variable of main interest among the regressor, which detects whether a firm has obtained a public procurement contract. We control for whether the firm has received also financial incentives for the investments in digital technologies, plus a large set of controls that probably I don't have time to describe. I'll go straight on the results, and then maybe we can discuss more in depth the model. Our preliminary evidence confirms a positive role of public procurement in supporting firms' innovation strategies, both in terms of product innovation and new digital technologies. An important thing to stress is that this role emerges as a distinct and complementary to that of public incentives, public financial incentives. So, although preliminary, these results from a policy perspective suggest that in the light of the massive investments planned by the PNRR, it would be important extending and improving the use of public procurement for innovation, particularly with a view to foster the digital transition, but it would be also important to increase the participation of small and medium-sized enterprises to the public procurement market, as these, as I said, are very deeply negatively affected by market uncertainty and financial constraints when dealing with innovation. So it would be a very useful instrument to support their activities in the innovation fields, in particular for digital transition. I think I can stop here. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, and now I would like to ask the two commenters to come here and share their thoughts. Maybe we start with Simona. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you to the presenters. This has been a very interesting session, so it is nice to discuss different type of innovation policies related to Industry 4.0. So mine are just, let's say, fast reactions to your presentation. So the first one, I would like to ask you to clarify a bit the methodology you adopted in order to select the interviews. And also, as a regional economist, you said the cluster have been relevant in supporting Industry 4.0 technology adoption, if I'm not wrong. So I wonder what role do they play? So which are the mechanisms that are in place in this context? So for the second presentation, I wonder what is the sample size of the size of your sample, sorry. And also, I was wondering whether you can say something with the data that you have about the impact that this policy had in the innovative behavior of the firms. I'm not sure whether you can say something or not. For the final presentation, well, I'm sorry, but we couldn't see, you know, the final table, the regression, the marginal effects. So, but I have just one comment. So during my PhD, I focused my thesis on the service sectors, and I carried out some interviews with software companies. And some of them complain about the fact that public procurement is basically in the end of these big tech companies, so system integrators, so they have they manage the public procurement. So, and so it's just a comment, but they were talking about the fact that if you want to be you have to be part of this corporate, let's say, ecosystem. So for small and medium enterprises, this is quite challenging. So it's just like a comment. I don't have like other questions, or I'm sorry, but really we couldn't really see it was quite fast, so the presentation of the results, so it's quite challenging to give you feedbacks. Thank you. It's a very interesting topic, so well done.
Okay, maybe António, and then we come to your replies, okay?
Thank you very much. Well, I will not comment directly the content of each presentation, because also I'm co-author for the first one. But what I found here is interesting from the point of view of sociology. I'm a sociologist. And particularly interested on the impacts of these kind of policies towards the Industry 4.0. And then when we talk about impact, we can talk about economical impacts. Then we saw here some cases about the possibility of access to markets or to capital, especially from SMEs, and this easiness of access to such resources can be provided by these policies, national policies, and this can be done more or less easier. And there we found, there is from Maria Luisa Divella, we find that this public policy makes possible for this. The presentation from Roberto, well, we see that, okay, there is access, but this is more an incentive for those that are already able to do such access. With the first one, is more, from my point of view, of course, is more related with another type of impact, and that's why perhaps we could discuss more in this direction, is what we could say a social impact. Then, and how far these impacts are as important or even more important than the economical ones. We see that the economical ones can be critical because they just favor those that are already with some capabilities to do so. But the other dimension is missing, at least in the Portuguese case, as we saw, that there is no particular intention for supporting organizational innovation processes. There is a lack of information, and just in some national cases they are considering this social dimension. And as social, I mentioned particularly this organizational change in those companies in order to make them able to integrate technologies and to produce further positive effects. And this, well, is a reason to discuss all, and that's why I would like you could comment to say something, especially from the economists or the econometrists, to go beyond these financial impacts. Then we can say, well, these national policies are interesting, or it's just a business as usual. If it is business as usual, okay, why? Well, the banking system, okay, can make that easier, or their own rules. But here we are talking about public policies, and this is not a banking issue, but involving public interest. And there, we are dealing with a more unknown fields, especially because social sciences are not very involved in this assessment of these public policies. But that's why I would like to give you the floor to comment on these dimensions.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments and questions, actually, because I realized I didn't explain very well the methodology. So before, we had exploratory interviews, and we analyzed the database for projects funded at national level to identify cases that were interesting to interview. And then we also looked at the main sectors with invested the most, or which have shown the productivity effect and the employment effect. And we have tried to cover all the different dimensions from the technology providers. We focused mainly on smart robotics, so robotics providers, system integrators, end users from the automotive sector, but also small and medium companies from the components, tier 1, tier 2, and also automotive manufacturers, because there is a difference. We also interviewed the social representatives, so the workers, and also the associations, the industrial associations, so to have a broad view of all the perspectives. We made structured interviews to all of these type profiles in order to have consistency between the replies. What else? And then it's not actually it is not presented here, but based on this analysis, we have issued different scenarios to perspective on the future impacts or based on the current impacts that we have already analyzed. The role of clusters. So in Portugal, the clusters have a very strong presence and a very strong role in the dissemination and diffusion of technology and innovation. And they involve, and specifically for the automotive sector and the manufacturing, we have a very strong cluster in manufacturing, where they have technology providers with end users in the same cluster, and they are very active. And so we have also an incentive, which is the mobilizing programs, which are big projects with different small projects that overall have a common goal. And so all the sector is somehow involved in the advancing in the innovation and the technology innovation. Okay, yeah. Regarding your comments, yes, I agree with not only different perspectives from different profiles, but also from perspectives from the social discipline and economy discipline. I think they are important to have all in consideration. But I think this question was more addressed to you and to the...
Okay. So, about your question, the sample size. We just focus on a specific supply chain, automatic supply chain. So we have something like 400 observations per year. Okay. So at the end, each model, I guess, we just have 1,000 observations because we adopt the lagged variables. So it's very small, but at the same time, let's say that this is also a supply chain, so we have very representative sample of firms from different industrial sectors. And these are the data. That's all. We don't have the information about the specific type of innovation they adopted. That's a pity. I mean, we don't know whether they decided to invest in Internet of Things or big data within this industrial 4.0. That's really a pity, but we have some alternative information about their innovation, what they invested, and we will try to use this type of information in another work, but we are working on this. About implications, this is, well, let's say that we can try to look at the full side of the glass of our study, which means our study can show that these firms, through this type of policy, they can start to create liquidity through this higher financial performance. And this could be a positive message that these firms, maybe tomorrow, can try to forward to the capital market just to support their application. So we hope that maybe this type of results, this type of outcome can support maybe tomorrow small, medium enterprise interested in investing in these type of technologies to be supported by the capital market without the policymaker and public funds. That's the hope. Let's see if we are correct. Okay.
Then, please, final comments.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I was just saying that, I wanted just to say that, okay, of course, given the data at our disposal, we do not
Can you talk a little bit louder? It's really hard to hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that given the data at our disposal, we do not see specific groups of firms that maybe can have access to big public contracts on specific technologies. Okay, we cannot just assess the role of public procurement in general. Of course, we know the sector, of the firms that we have included in all the regressions, sectorial and regional dummies to control for this. Of course, we want to explore more the potential differences that there are in this respect. But what do we want to do is to maybe give an indication from a policy perspective that probably not only incentives in this respect are sufficient and important. Roberto, in his research, found that unstable demand lowered the propensity of SMEs, of small and medium-sized enterprises, to invest in digital technologies. What we want to do is to assess whether by providing these firms with an additional, although public, source of demand, of stable demand, public procurement is, together with incentives, is actually effective in fostering the adoption of digital technologies by small and medium-sized enterprises. So I think it does make sense. So thank you for the comments, and I think I can stop here. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, then we are closing the session and we should get the lunch, okay? Okay.
Bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you.